Hello everyone, welcome to Let's Crack UPSC CSE English. In today's session, this is our marathon session where we will cover or we will start today NCERT of 10th class. Yes friends. So, in this session, we will cover all the aspects of this class 10th NCERT. Yes. So, democratic politics. Yes friends. It's my pleasure to welcome you all on Unacademy, India's largest learning platform. Yes. India's largest learning platform. Yes. On our platform, you will get daily life classes, structured courses, unlimited access for live and recorded classes, along with live tests, which will help you to evaluate yourself. Yes, friends, we 100 plus top educators will guide you throughout the preparation. It's me, Rushikesh Inamdar, guiding UPSC aspirants from last 8 years. You can follow me on Unacademy and also you can join our Telegram group using this link. Yes, we have mega subscription offer for those aspirants are planning to extend their Unacademy subscription. Yes, so this offer is valid till 31st March. So in this subscription offer, you can extend your subscription till next preliminary examination, that is for 1 year. Yes, so this subscription will continue till prelims 2022. Yes friends, those aspirants are planning to start their preparation with our paid courses. We have plus and iconic courses. Yes, you have to use referral code RBI Life to get 10% discount on these paid courses. Yes. So there are a number of aspirants who are pursuing their graduation. They can opt for the iconic subscription and also optional subscription as well. We are providing this 10% discount after the using referral code RBI Life. So those aspirants are planning to start their preparation with general studies and along with optional. So we have the combo subscription for 1 year, 2 year or 3 year duration. Here also you can grab the opportunity and 10% discount after using referral code RBI Life. Yes. So this is our iconic subscription. So those aspirants are pursuing their graduation or those candidates are planning to start their preparation after their 12th examination, they can opt for iconic subscription. Yes. So in this subscription, you will get all the benefits of plus courses along with personal guidance, experts guidelines, study planner and many more. Yes. Congratulations to all aspirants who have cracked UPSC CSE main examination 2020. So Unacademy conducting a free comprehensive interview guidance program to all eligible aspirants. Yes, in which our panelists and mentors well will guide them throughout the preparation. Yes. So in these sessions we will conduct DAF analysis, mock interviews as per the flexible schedule. Yes, you have opportunity to grab this opportunity of free comprehensive interview guidance program. Yes, Unacademy is conducting free test series. Yes, friends, you can enroll yourself with using code RBI Live, so you can unlock the tests. These are the new batches like 1 year, 2 year batches, NCERT batches, and prelims targeted batches. So as per your convenience, you can join these batches. Yes. And last but not least, the Unacademy Combat we are conducting on every Sunday at 11 a.m. So the students from Hindi background or Hindi medium also attend this Unacademy Combat. Yes, just you have to use code RBI Live for the enrollment and you can attend Unacademy Combat. Yes. So friends, we'll start our today's marathon session of democratic democratic politics. So this is the 10th standard NCERT. Yes. So in today's session, we'll cover the page by page NCERT. Yes, friends. So request to all aspirants, those who have hard copy of this NCERT book, they can keep along with them. So whenever you raised any doubts or any question, yes. Now, so Unit 1 is about power sharing and federalism. These are the two chapters in Unit 1. Second unit, which include democracy and diversity, gender, religion and caste. Unit 3, which consisting populist struggles and movements, political parties, and Unit 4, where outcomes of democracy and challenges to democracy. So in today's session, we will try to cover maximum portion. Yes, so let's start. Yes, in our one of the lectures, we have covered the preamble. Yes. Now we'll start with the first chapter, power sharing. Yes, anyone can tell me in short any idea regarding power sharing? Yes, friends. So in this chapter, we resume the tour of democracy that we started in our 9th class NCERT. Yes, so we noted last year that in democracy, all power does not rest with any one organ of the government. Yes, and intelligent sharing of power among legislature, executive, and judiciary. So is important the design of a democracy. Yes, so we carry this idea of power sharing forward in these chapters, and we start with two stories from Belgium and Sri Lanka. Yes, Both these stories are about how democracies handle demands for power sharing, and the stories yield some general conclusions about the need for power sharing in democracy. Yes, this allows us to discuss various forms of power sharing, and that will be taken up in upcoming chapters. Yes, friends, as we know, to understanding any concept, if we are talking about specific NCERTs, they are talked about various stories. Definitely, we will cover relevant stories. Otherwise, those stories you can read whenever you will get idle time. Yes, friends. So, we will start with the story of Belgium and Sri Lanka in the regards with power sharing. Yes. So here, just see a girl having an idea, right? So she expressed that I have a simple equation in mind, that is sharing power is equal to dividing power is equal to weakening the country. Yes. Now come to the story of yes, Belgium and Sri Lanka. So Belgium is a small country in Europe, smaller in area than the state of Haryana. Yes, Belgium is a small country in Europe, smaller in area than the state of Haryana. It has borders with France, the Netherlands, Germany, and Luxembourg. Yes, it has a population of little over 1 crore, so about half the population of Haryana. Yes, so the ethnic composition of this small country is very complex. Yes, of country's total population, 59% lives in the Flemish region and speaks Dutch language. Another 40% people live in the Wallonia region and speak French, and remaining 1% of the Belgians speak German. Yes. So in the capital city, Brussels, 80% people speak French, while 20% are Dutch speaking people. So the minority French speaking community was relatively rich and powerful. This was resented by the Dutch speaking community, who got the benefit of economic development and education much later. Yes. Now this led to tensions between the Dutch speaking and French speaking communities during the 1950s and 1960s. So the tensions between the two communities was more acute in Brussels. Brussels presented a spatial problem. The Dutch speaking people constituted a majority in the country, but a minority in the capital. So let us compare this is to the situation in another country. Sri Lanka is an island nation just a few kilometers off the southern coast of Tamil Nadu. Yes, it has about 2 crore people, about the same as in Haryana. Like other nations in the South Asia region, Sri Lanka has a diverse population. Yes, the major social groups are the Sinhala speakers 74% and the Tamil speakers 18%. Yes, yes, Ram Kumar. In today's marathon section, we'll start 10th NCERT. Yes, that is democratic politics. Yes. So, Sri Lanka has a diverse population. The major spatial groups are Sinhala speakers 74% and the Tamil speakers 18%. So among Tamils there are two subgroups. One is Tamil natives of the country, whereas called Sri Lankan Tamils, and the rest whose for a fathers came from India. Yes, the rest whose forefathers came from India as plantation workers during colonial period are called Indian Tamils. Yes. So, as we can see the map, Sri Lankan Tamils are concentrated in the north and east of the country. Yes, now we'll see. Sri Lankan Tamils are in orange and Indian Tamil are in this brownish or brown color. Yes. So, Sri Lankan Tamils are in 13%. Yes. So Sri Lankan Tamils are concentrated in the north and east of the country. Most of the Sinhala speaking people are Buddhists, while most of the Tamils are Hindus or Muslims. So there are about 7% Christians who are both Tamil and Sinhala. Yes. So just imagine what could happen in situation like this. In Belgium, the Dutch community could take advantage of its numeric majority and force its will on the French and German speaking population. So this would push the conflict among communities further. So this could lead to a very messy partition of the country. So both the sides would claim control over Brussels. So in Sri Lanka, the Sinhala community enjoy an even bigger majority and could impose its will on the entire country. Now, let us look at what happened in both these countries. Yes. Now, majoritarianism in Sri Lanka. So, the Sri Lanka emerged as an independent country in 1948. Yes, the leaders of the Sinhala community sought to secure dominance over government by virtue of their majority. As a result, the democratically elected government adopted a series of majoritarian majoritarian measures to establish Sinhala supremacy. So in 1956, an act was passed to recognize Sinhala as the only official language, thus disregarding Tamil. The governments followed preferential policies that favored Sinhala applicants for university positions and government jobs. Yes, a new constitution stipulated that the state shall protect and foster Buddhism. Yes, all these government measures coming one after the other, so gradually increased the feeling of alienation among the Sri Lankan Tamils. They felt that none of the major political parties led by the Buddhist Sinhala leaders was sensitive to their language and culture. Yes, they felt that the constitution and government policies denied them equal political rights, discriminated against them in getting jobs and other opportunities, and ignored their interests. Yes, as a result, the relation between the Sinhala and Tamil communities strained over time. Yes, the Sri Lankan Tamils launched parties and struggles for the recognition of Tamil as an official language, for regional autonomy and equality of opportunity in securing education and jobs. But their demand for more autonomy to provinces populated by the Tamils was repeatedly denied. Yes, by 1980s, several political organizations were formed demanding an independent Tamil alum state in northern and eastern parts of Sri Lanka. Yes, so the distrust between the two communities, Sinhala and Tamil, turned into widespread conflict. So it soon turned into a civil war. As a result, thousands of people of both the communities have been killed. Many families were forced to leave the country as refugees, and many more lost their livelihoods. Yes, so about Sri Lanka's excellent record of economic development, education, and health, but the civil war has caused a terrible setback to the social, cultural, and economic life of the country. Yes, it ended in 2009. Yes. So after that, we'll see the accommodation in Belgium. Yes, the Belgian leaders took a different path. Yes, they recognize the existing existence of regional differences and cultural diversities between 1970 and 1993. They amended their constitution four times so as to work out an arrangement that would enable everyone to live together within the same country. So the arrangement they worked out is different from any other country and is very innovative. Yes, here are some of the elements of the Belgian model. Yes, constitution prescribes that the number of Dutch and French speaking ministers shall be equal in the central government. Some special laws require the support of majority of members from each linguistic group. Thus, no single community can make decisions unilaterally. Yes, many powers of the central government have been given to state governments of the two regions of the country, and the state governments are not subordinate to the central government. Yes, Brussels has a separate government in which both the communities have equal representation. Thus, French speaking people accepted equal representation in Brussels because the Dutch speaking community has accepted equal representation in the central government. Yes, now see, in the case of Belgium, where the Belgian leaders was decided to follow a different path. Yes, the leaders recognize the existence of regional differences and cultural diversities. Yes, between 1970 and 93, they amended their constitution 4 times so as to work out an arrangement that would enable everyone to live together within the same country. So the arrangement they worked out is different from any other country and very innovative. Yes. So to resolve the conflict, the leaders decided to follow a path which will beneficial for both communities. So with the cooperation and coordination and understanding, everyone can live peacefully in the country. So for this purpose, they amended their constitution 4 times. Yes, their constitution prescribes that the number of Dutch and French speaking ministers shall be equal in the central government. Yes, they decided to the equal representation to the both communities in central government. Yes, many parts of the central government have been given to state governments of the two regions of the country. So the state governments are not subordinate to the central government. State governments are not subordinate to the central government. Then Brussels has a separate government in which both the communities have equal representation. Yes, if we are talking about the capital, which has a separate government in which both the communities like Dutch speaking and French speaking people have equal representation. Yes. So the French speaking people accepted this equal representation in Brussels because the Dutch speaking people or community has accepted equal representation in the central government. So this is the accommodation in Belgium. Yes. Now, so apart from the central and state government, there is third kind of government. Yes, which is known as community government. Yes. So this community government is elected by people belonging to one language community. Yes. Dutch, French and German speaking no matter where they live. Yes, this community government is elected by people belonging to one language community, that is Dutch, French and German speaking no matter where they live. So this government has the power regarding cultural, educational and language related issues. Yes. So in Belgium, the community government deals with the power regarding cultural, educational and language related issues. Yes. So the Belgium model is very complicated. Yes, it indeed is very complicated even for people living in Belgium. So but these arrangements have worked well so far. They helped to avoid civic strife between the two major communities and a possible division of the country on linguistic lines. Yes, when many countries of Europe came together to form the European Union. Brussels was chosen as its headquarters. Yes. So ultimately, if we are talking about the administration and the Belgium model is very complicated. Yes. If we are talking about those people or citizens of Belgium is also in the this observation of complication. Yes, but all these arrangements have worked well so far. Yes. Now, when what happened when many countries of Europe came together to form the European Union, Brussels was chosen as its headquarters. Yes. Now, yes. So, if we'll observe what do we learn from these two stories of Belgium and Sri Lanka. Yes, both are democracies, yet they dealt with the question of power sharing differently. So in Belgium, the leaders have realized that the unity of the country is possible only by respecting the feelings and interest of different communities and regions. Yes, such a realization resulted in mutually acceptable arrangements for sharing power, and Sri Lanka shows us contrasting example. Yes, it shows us that if a majority community wants to force its dominance over others and refuses to share power, it can undermine the unity of the country. Yes. So these are the best examples of power sharing, Belgium and Sri Lanka. Yes. Now, so why power sharing is desirable? Yes. So thus, two different sets of reasons can be given in favor of power sharing. Firstly, power sharing is good because it helps to reduce the possibility of conflict between social groups. Since social conflict often leads to violence and political instability, yes, power sharing is a good way to ensure the stability of political order. Imposing the will of majority community over others may look like an attractive option in the short run. Yes. So, but in the long run, it undermines the unity of the nation. Tyranny of the majority is not just oppressive for the minority, it often brings ruin to the majority as well. Yes, there is a second deeper reason why power sharing is good for democracies. So, power sharing is the very spirit of democracy. A democratic rule involves sharing power with those affected by its exercise and who'll have to live with its effects. Yes, people have a right to consultate on how they are to be governed, and a legitimate government is one where citizens through participation acquire a stake in the system. Yes, now let us call the first set of reasons prudential and the second moral. While prudential reasons stress that power sharing will bring out better outcomes, moral reasons emphasize the very act of power sharing as valuable. Yes. So the prudential, which is based on prudence, on careful calculation of gains and losses. Prudential decisions are usually contrasted with the decision based purely on moral considerations. Yes. Now, so why power sharing is desirable? Yes. Now, so now we'll see. So here is the story. Yes. So, as usual, Vikram was driving the motorbike under vow of silence and Vetal was Peelan rider. So, as usual, Vetal started telling Vikram a story to keep him awake while driving. And this time, the story went as follows. Yes, now here are the two characters, Vikram and Vetal. So, in the city of Beirut, there lived a man called Khalil. His parents came from different communities. His father was an Orthodox Christian, and mother a Sunni Muslim. So this was not so uncommon in his modern cosmopolitan city. People from various communities that lived in Lebanon came to live in its capital, Beirut. Yes, they lived together, intermingled, yet fought a bitter civil war among themselves. One of Khalil's uncle, yes, Khalil's uncle was killed in that war. Yes. So, at the end of this civil war, Lebanon's leaders came together and agreed to some basic rules of power sharing among different communities. So, as per these rules, the country's president must belong to the Maronite sect of Catholic Christians, and the prime minister must be from the Sunni Muslim community. Yes. So the post of deputy prime minister is fixed for the Orthodox Christian sect and that of the speaker of that of the speaker for Shia's Muslim. So under this pact, the Christians agreed not to seek French protection and the Muslim agreed not to seek unification with the neighboring state of Syria. Yes, when the Christians and Muslims came to this agreement, they were nearly equal in population. Both sides have continued to respect this agreement, though now the Muslims are in clear majority. So, Khalil does not like the system one bit. He is a popular man with political ambition, but under the present system, the top position is out of his reach. He does not practice either his father's or his mother's religion and does not wish to be known by either. Then he cannot understand why Lebanon can't be like any other normal democracy. So just hold an election, allow everyone to contest, and whoever wins maximum votes become the president. No matter which community he comes from. Why can't we do that? Like in other democracies of the world. Yes, expression by Khalil. So he asked. Now his elders who have seen the bloodshed of the civil war tell him that the present system is the best guarantee for peace. Yes. So the story was not finished, but they had reached the TV tower where they stopped every day. Vital wrapped up quickly and posed his customary question to Vikram. If you had the power to rewrite the rules in Lebanon, what would you do? Yes. Would you adopt the regular rules followed everywhere as Khalil suggests? Or stick to the old rules? Or do something else? Vetal did not forget to remind Vikram of their basic pact. Yes. So if you have an answer in mind and yet do not speak up, your mobile will freeze and so will you. Yes. Now these are the questionnaire by Khalil or by the Vetal to Vikram. Yes. Now we'll see forms of power sharing. So the idea of power sharing has emerged in opposition to the notions of undivided political power. For a long time, it was believed that all power of a government must reside in one person or group of persons located at one place. Yes, it was felt that if the power to decide is dispersed, it would not be possible to take quick decisions and to enforce them. So, but these notions have changed with the emergence of democracy. One basic principle of democracy is that people are the source of all political power. So, in a democracy, people rule themselves through institutions of self government. Yes, in a good democratic government, due respect is given to diverse groups and views that exist in a society. So everyone has a voice in the shaping of public policies. Yes. Therefore, it follows that in a democracy, political power should be distributed among as many citizens as possible. Yes. So in modern democracies, power sharing arrangements can take many forms. Let us look at some of the most common arrangements that we have or will come across. Yes, the power is shared among different organs of government, such as the legislature, executive, and judiciary. So let us call this horizontal distribution of power because it allows different organs of government placed at the same level to exercise different powers. Such a separation ensures that none of the organs can exercise unlimited power. Each organ checks the others. This results in a balance of power among various institutions. Yes, so in a democracy, even though ministers and government officials exercise power and they are responsible to the parliament or state assemblies. Yes. So similarly, although judges are appointed by the executive, they can check the functioning of executive or laws made by the legislatures. So this arrangement is called system of checks and balances. Yes, now see, the power is shared among different organs of government where they will work. Yes. So, as we know, the legislature, executive, and judiciary are the organs of the government, and let us call this horizontal distribution of powers because it allows different organs of government placed at the same level to exercise different powers. Yes, as we know, in democracy, minister and government officials exercise powers. They are responsible to the parliament or state assemblies. Yes. Now, second, the power can be shared among governments at different levels. Yes, a general government for the entire country and governments at the provincial or regional level. Such a general government for the entire country is usually called federal government. And in India, we refer to it as the central or union government. Yes. So the government at the provincial or regional level are called by different names in different countries. Yes, we are in India. We call them state governments. So this system is not followed in all countries. Yes, so there are not followed. Yes, this system is not followed in all countries. So there are many countries where there are no provincial or state governments. Yes, if we are talking about the government structure all over the world, there are different structures. In India, we have union or central government at the national level, and at provincial level, we have state governments. Yes. So, there are many countries where there are no provincial or state governments, but in those countries like us where there are different level of government, the constitution clearly lays down the powers of different levels of government. Yes, this is what they did in Belgium. Yes, but was refused in Sri Lanka. So this is called federal division of power. Yes, the same principle can be extended to levels of government lower than the state government, such as the municipality and panchayat. Let us call division of powers involving higher and lower levels of government vertical division of power. We shall study this at some length in the next chapter. Yes. So, the same principle can be extended to levels of government lower than the state government, such as municipality and panchayat. Yes. Now, power may also be shared among different social groups, such as the religious and linguistic groups. Community government in Belgium is a good example of this arrangement. Yes. So, the power may also share among different social groups, such as religious and linguistic groups. If we are talking about the example of community government in Belgium is a good in this arrangement. Yes. So in some countries, there are constitutional and legal arrangements whereby socially weaker sections and women are represented in the legislatures and administration. So last year we studied the system of reserved constituencies in assemblies and the parliament of our country. Yes, this type of arrangement is meant to give space in the government and administration to diverse social group who otherwise would feel alienated from the government. Yes, this method is used to give minority communities a fair share in power. Yes, so later on we shall look at various ways of accommodating social diversities. Now, power sharing arrangements can also be seen in the way political parties, pressure groups, and movements, yes, control or influence those in power. So, in a democracy, the citizens must have freedom to choose among various contenders for power. In contemporary democracies, this takes the form of competition among different parties. Such competition ensures that power does not remain in one hand. So, in the long run, power is shared among different political parties that represent different ideologies and social groups. Yes, so sometimes this kind of sharing can be direct when two or more parties form an alliance to contest elections. So, if their alliance is elected, they form a coalition government and thus share power. Yes, in a democracy, we find interest groups such as those of traders, businessmen, industrialists, farmers, and industrial workers. Yes, they also will have a share in governmental power either through participation in governmental committees or bringing influence on the decision making process. Yes, So we shall study the working of the political parties, pressure groups and social movements in further part of this marathon series. Yes. So friends, this is the forms of power sharing. Yes, the power sharing among different organs of government, among governments at different levels. Then power may also share among different social groups, and the power sharing arrangements also be seen in the way political parties, pressure groups and movements. Yes. So here are some examples of power sharing. Which of the four types of power sharing do these represent? Yes. Which sharing power with whom? So the Bombay High Court ordered the Maharashtra state government to immediately take action and improve living conditions for the 2000 odd children at 7 children's home in Mumbai. Yes, the government of Ontario state in Canada has agreed to a land claim settlement with Aboriginal community. So the minister responsible for native affairs announced that the government will work with Aboriginal people in a spirit of mutual respect and cooperation. Then Russia's two influential political parties, the Union of the Right Forces and the liberal Yabloko movement, agreed to unite their organizations into a strong right wing coalition. They propose to have a common list of candidates in the next parliamentary elections. Yes, the finance ministers of various states in Nigeria got together and demanded that the federal government declare its source of income. They also wanted to know the formula by which the revenue is distributed to various state governments. Yes. So friends, this is all about the chapter on power sharing. Yes. Now, now after the we have in power sharing, we have learned the stories of Belgium and Sri Lanka, then majoritarianism in Sri Lanka, accommodation in Belgium. Yes, then we have covered forms of power sharing. Yes, now after this first chapter of power sharing, we'll continue with the next chapter, Federalism. Yes, one of the important chapter to clear the concept of federalism. So, we have already noted that vertical division of power among different levels of government is one of the major forms of power sharing. Yes. So, major forms of power sharing in modern democracies. So, now we focus on this form of power sharing. So, it is most commonly referred to as federalism. Yes, we begin by describing federalism in general terms. The rest of the chapter, yes, tries to understand the theory and practice of federalism in India. A discussion of the federal constitutional provisions is followed by an analysis of the policies and politics that has strengthened federalism in practice. Yes, towards the end of the chapter, we turn to the local government, a new and third tier of Indian federalism. Yes, now we'll see the next chapter, that is federalism. Yes, so vertical division of power among different levels of government is one of the major forms of power sharing in modern democracies. Yes. Now we'll see what is federalism. Yes, anyone can talk on this concept. Yes, friends. What is federalism? Now, let us get back to the contrast between Belgium and Sri Lanka that we saw in the last chapter. Yes, we would recall that one of the key changes made in Constitution of Belgium was to reduce the power of the central government and to give these powers to the regional governments. Yes, regional governments existed in Belgium even earlier. Yes, they had their roles and powers, but all these powers were given to these governments and could withdrawn by the central government. So the change that took place in 1993 was that the regional governments were given constitutional powers that were no longer dependent on the central government. So thus Belgium shifted for a unitary to a federal form of government. Yes. So Sri Lanka continues to be, for all practical purposes, a unitary system where the national government has all the powers. Tamil leaders want Sri Lanka to become a federal system. So, basically, federalism is a system of government in which the power is divided between the central authority and various constituent units of the country. Yes, usually a federation has two levels of government. One is the government for the entire country that is usually responsible for a few subjects of common national interests. Yes. So the other are governments at the level of provinces or states that look after much of the day-to-day administration of their state. So both these levels of governments enjoy their power independent of the other. Yes. Now, so in this scene, federation are contrasted with unitary governments. Yes, under the unitary system, either there is only one level of government or the subunits are subordinate to the central government. So the central government can pass on orders to the provincial or the local government. But in a federal system, the central government cannot order the state government to do something. Yes, state government has powers of its own for which it is not answerable to the central government. So both these governments are separately answerable to the people. Yes, let us look at some of the key features of federalism. Yes, there are two more levels of government. Yes, now different tiers of government govern the same citizens, but each tier has its own jurisdiction in specific matters of legislation, taxation, and administration. Yes, so the jurisdiction of the respective levels of tiers of government are specified in the constitution. So the existence and authority of each tier of government is constitutionally guaranteed. Yes, the fundamental provisions of the constitution cannot be unilaterally changed by one level of government. So such changes require the consent of both the levels of government. Yes, courts have the power to interpret the constitution and the powers of different levels of government. Yes, the highest court acts as an umpire if disputes arises between different levels of government in the exercise of their respective powers. Yes, sources of revenue for each level of government are clearly specified to ensure its financial autonomy. Yes, the federal system thus has dual objectives. Yes, so friends, federal system thus has dual objectives to safeguard and promote unity of the country while at the same time accommodate regional diversity. Yes, therefore, two aspects are crucial for the institutions and practice of federalism. Governments at different levels should agree to some rules of power sharing. Yes, they should also trust that each would abide by its part of the agreement. So, an ideal federal system has both aspects mutual trust and agreement to live together. So, the exact balance of power between the central and the state government varies from one federation to another, and this balance depends mainly on the historical context in which the federation was formed. Yes, so there are two kinds of routes through which federations have been formed. The first route involves independent states coming together on their own to form a bigger unit. so that by pulling sovereignty and retaining identity, they can increase their security. Yes, this type of conning together federations include the United States of America, Switzerland, and Australia. So, in the first category of federations, all the constituent states usually have equal power and are strong, vice versa. The federal government, yes. The second route, the second route is where a large country decides to divide its powers between the constituent states and the national government. Yes, India, Spain, and Belgium are examples of this kind of holding together federations. Yes, in the second category, the central government tends to more powerful, vice versa the states, and very often different constituent units of the federation have unequal powers. Yes, so some units are granted special powers. So here we have to understand the word jurisdiction. Yes, the area over which someone has legal authority. The area may be defined in terms of geographical boundaries or in terms of certain kinds of subjects. Yes. So, what makes India a federal country? Now we'll see the features of our federal structure. So, we have earlier seen how small countries like Belgium and Sri Lanka face so many problems of managing diversity. So, what about a vast country like India with so many languages, religions, and regions? What are the power sharing arrangements in our country? Yes, we should understand. So let us begin with the constitution. India had emerged as an independent nation after a painful and bloody partition. Yes, soon after independence, several princely states became a part of the country. Yes, as we know the story of our independence, the partition and all, right? So, soon after independence, several princely states became a part of the country and the constitution declared India as a union of states. Yes. So, although it did not use the word federation, so the Indian Union is based on the principles of federalism. Yes. Now, let us go back to the seven features of federation which mentioned above. Yes, we can see that all these features apply to the provisions of the Indian Constitution. The Constitution originally provided for a two-tier system of government. The union government, or what we call the central government, representing the Union of India and the state governments. So later, a third tier of federalism was added in the form of panchayats and municipalities. Yes, as in any federation, these different tiers enjoy separate jurisdiction. Yes, the constitution clearly provided a threefold distribution of legislative powers between the union government and the state governments. Yes. So, thus it contains three lists. Yes. First is union list. Yes, the union list includes subjects of national importance. Yes. So the union list includes subject of national importance such as defense of the country, foreign affairs, banking, communications and currency. Yes, they are included in the list because we need a uniform policy on these matters throughout the country. Yes, the union government alone can make laws relating to the subjects mentioned in the union list. Yes, then state list contains subject of state and local importance such as police, trade, commerce, agriculture and irrigation. Yes, the state list contains subject of state and local importance such as police, trade, commerce, agriculture and irrigation. Yes, the state government so the state governments here are the next list is concurrent list. After the state list there is the concurrent list. Yes, so in which the forest trade unions, marriage, adoption and succession, both the unions as well as the state governments can make laws on the subject mentioned in this list. Yes, the concurrent list. So if their laws conflict between each other, the law made by the union government was prevail. Yes. So what about subjects that do not fall in any of the three lists, or subjects like computer software that came up after the constitution was made? So according to our constitution, the union government has the power to legislate on these residuary subjects. Yes, the same, the situation is different in USA in this regard of the subjects of the power of residual powers. Now, so in India, the union government has the power to legislate on these residuary subjects. So we noted about that most federations that are formed by holding together do not give equal power to its constituent units. Yes, thus all states in the Indian Union do not have identical powers. Yes, some states enjoy a special status. So states such as Assam, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram enjoy special powers under certain provisions of the Constitution of India, which described under Article 371. Yes. So, due to their peculiar social and historical circumstances, these special powers are specially enjoyed in relation to the protection of land, rights of indigenous indigenous peoples, their culture, and also preferential employment in government services. Yes, Indians who are not permanent residents of this state cannot buy land or house here. So similar special provisions exist for the some other states of India as well. Yes. So there are some units of the Indian Union which enjoy very little power. Yes, there are some units of the Indian Union which enjoy very little power. These are areas which are too small to become an independent state but which could not be merged with any of the existing states. So these areas like Chandigarh, Lakshadweep, or the capital city of Delhi are called union territories. Yes, these territories do not have the powers of a state. The central government has special powers in running these areas. Yes. So the central government has special powers in running these areas. So this sharing of power between the union government and the state governments is basic to the structure of the constitution. So it is not easy to make changes to this power sharing arrangement. The parliament cannot on its own change this arrangement. So any change to it has to be first passed by both the houses of parliament with at least two-thirds majority. Then it has to be ratified by the legislature of at least half of the total states. Yes. Now, the judiciary plays an important role in overseeing the implementation of constitutional provisions and procedures. In case of any dispute about the division of powers, the High Courts and the Supreme Court make a decision. The union and state governments have the power to raise resources by levying taxes in order to carry on the government and responsibilities assigned to each of them. Yes. Now, now we'll revise. Pokhran, the place where India conducted its nuclear tests, lies in Rajasthan. So suppose the government of Rajasthan was opposed to the central government's nuclear policy. Could it prevent the government of India from conducting the nuclear tests? Yes, question mark. Now, suppose the government of Sikkim plans to introduce new textbook in its schools, but the union government does not like the style and content of the new textbook. Is that case, does the state government need to take permission from the union government before these textbooks can be launched? Yes, suppose the chief ministers of Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Odisha have different policies on how their state policy should respond to the Naxalites. Yes. Can the Prime Minister of India intervene and pass an order that all the chief ministers will have to obey? Yes. Now, see the map of India in 1947. Yes. So now, after that, we'll see the features of federalism of India. Now we'll see how is federalism practiced. Yes. So constitutional provisions, yes, constitutional provisions are necessary for the success of federalism, but these are not sufficient. So if the federal experiment has succeeded in India, it is not merely because of the clearly laid out constitutional provisions. Yes, the real success of federalism in India can be attributed to the nature of democratic politics in our country. Yes, this ensured that the spirit of federalism, respect for diversity, and desire for living together become shared ideals in our country. So let us look at some of the major ways in which this happened. So linguistic states. Yes, the creation of linguistic states was the first and major test of democratic politics in our country. Yes, if we look at the political map of India when it began its journey as democracy in 1947 and that of 2019, we will be surprised by the extent of the changes. Many old states have vanished and many new states have been created. Yes, areas, boundaries, and names of the states have been changed. So in 1947, the boundaries of several old states of India were changed in order to create new states. This was done to ensure that people who spoke the same language lived in the same state. Yes, some states were created not on the basis of language but to recognize differences based on culture. Yes, ethnicity or geography. So, these include states like Nagaland, Uttarakhand, and Jharkhand. Yes. Now, when the demand for the formation of states on the basis of language was raised, some national leaders feared that it would lead to the disintegration of the country. The central government resisted linguistic states for some time, but the experience has shown that the formation of linguistic states has actually made the country more united. Yes, it has also made administration easier. Now, language policy. A second test for Indian Federation is the language policy. Our constitution did not give the status of national language to any one language. So, Hindi was identified as the official language, but Hindi is the mother tongue of only about 40% of Indians. So, therefore, there were many safeguards to protect other languages. Yes. So, besides Hindi, there are 21 other languages recognized as scheduled languages by the Constitution. Yes, a candidate in an examination conducted for the central government position may opt to take the examination in any of these languages. Yes, states too have their own official languages. So much of the government work takes place in the official language of the concerned state. Yes. So unlike Sri Lanka, the leaders of our country adopted a very cautious attitude in spreading the use of Hindi. According to the constitution, the use of English for official purpose was stopped in 1965. However, non-Hindi speaking states demanded that the use of English continue. So in Tamil Nadu, this movement took a violent form. So the central government responded by the agreeing to continue the use of English along with Hindi for official purposes. Yes, many critics think that this solution favored the English speaking elite. Promotion of Hindi continues to be the official policy of the government of India. So, promotion does not mean that the central government can impose Hindi on state where people speak a different language. So, the flexibility shown by Indian political leaders helped our country avoid the kind of situation that Sri Lanka finds itself in. Yes. Now we'll see center state relations. Yes. So, restructuring the central state relations in one more way, in which federalism has been strengthened in practice. So, how the constitutional arrangements for sharing power work in reality depends to a large extent on how the ruling parties and leaders follow these arrangements. So, for a long time, the same party ruled both at the center and in most of the states. This means that the state government, the state governments did not exercise their rights as autonomous federal units. So, as and when the ruling party at the state level was different, the parties that ruled at the center tried to undermine the power of the states. Yes, in those days, the central government would often misuse the constitution to dismiss the state governments that were controlled by rival parties. Yes. So this undermined the spirit of federalism. Yes. So all this changed significantly after 1990. So this period saw the rise of regional political parties. Yes. Regional political parties in many states of the country, and this was also the beginning of the era of coalition government at the center in our country. Yes. So, since no single party got a clear majority in the Lok Sabha, the major national parties had to enter into alliance with many parties, including several regional parties, to form a government at the center. So, this led to a new culture of power, a new culture of power sharing and respect for the autonomy of state governments. Yes, so this trend was supported by major judgments of the Supreme Court, so the autonomy of the state governments, and this trend was supported by and this trend was supported by major judgments of the Supreme Court that made it difficult for the central government to dismiss state governments in an arbitrary manner. Yes, thus federal power sharing is more effective today. It was in the early years after the constitution came into force. Yes. Now this pictures the power of the states. Then perils of running a coalition government. Yes. So here are the two quarters showing the relationship between center and state. Yes, should the state government state go to the center with a big begging bowl? So how can the leaders of coalition keep the partners of government satisfied? Yes. Now we'll see the linguistic diversity of India. Yes. So how many languages do we have in India? Yes, the question is that. So the answer depends on how one counts. Yes, how one counts it. So the latest information that we have, it's from the census of India held in 2011. The census recorded more than 1300 distinct languages which people mentioned as their mother tongues. So these languages were grouped together under some major languages. For example, languages like Bhojpuri, Magdi, Bundelkhandi, Chhattisgarhi, Rajasthani, and many other were grouped together under Hindi. So even after this grouping, the census found 121 major languages. Of these, 22 languages are now included in the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution. So and are therefore called scheduled languages. Yes, 22 languages are now included in the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution and are therefore called scheduled languages, and others are called non-scheduled languages. Yes, in terms of languages, India is perhaps the most diverse country in the world. Yes. Now, look at the endos table. Make it clear that no one language is the mother tongue of the majority of our population. Yes, the largest language, Hindi, is the mother tongue of only about 44% Indians, and if we add to that all those who knew Hindi as their second and third language, so the total number was still less than 50% in 2011. So as for English, only 0.2% Indians recorded it as their mother tongue. Yes, another 11% knew it is as second or third language. So just have a look on the table. Yes. So make a bar or pie chart on the basis of the information. Now see the scheduled languages of India and proportion of speakers. So Assamese 1.26%, Bengali 8.03%, Bodo 0.12%, Dogri 0.21%, Gujarati 4.58%, Hindi 43.63%, Kannada 3.61%, Kashmiri 0.56, Konkani 0.19, Maithili 1.12, Malayalam 2.88. Yes. Manipuri 0.15%. Marathi 6.86% of proportion of speakers. Yes, Nepali 0.24%, Odia 3.10%, Punjabi 2.74%, Sanskrit not applicable, Santhali 0.61%, Sindhi 0.23%, Tamil 5.70%, Telugu 6.70%, and Urdu, which is 4.19%. Yes. Now, yes. So, e-report of the State Organization Commission SRC was implemented exactly 50 years ago on 1st November 1956. Yes. So We'll see the e-report of the State Reorganization Commission, SRC. Yes. Now, so the e-report of the State Reorganization Commission, SRC, was implemented exactly 50 years ago. On November 1st, 1956, this, in its own time and own way, has also transformed the political and institutional life of the nation. Yes. So Gandhi and other leaders promised their followers that when freedom came, the new nation would be based on a new set of provinces. These based on Yes. So, based on a new set of provinces, these based on the principles of language. However, when India was finally freed in 1947, it was also divided. Yes. Now, partition was the consequences of a primordial attachment on one's faith. Yes. How many more partitions would that the primordial loyalty language lead to? Yes. So, so then the thinking of Nehru, Patel, and Rajaji. Yes. Far from undermining Indian unity, linguistic states have helped strengthen it, and it is proved to be perfectly consistent to be Kannadiga and Indian Bengali and Indian Tamil and Indian Gujarati and Indian. So to be sure, these states based on languages or language sometimes quarrel with one another. Yes. Now take the example of your own state or any other state that was affected by linguistic reorganization. Yes. So the linguistic diversity of India. Now we'll say the decentralization in India. Yes. So decentralization in India, we noted above that federal government have two or more tiers. Yes. So we noted above that federal governments have two or more tiers of governments. So we have so far discussed the two tiers of government in our country, but a vast country like India cannot be run only through these two tiers. Yes, states in India. Yes. So states in India are as large as independent countries of Europe. So in terms of population, Uttar Pradesh is bigger than Russia. Maharashtra is about as big as Germany. Many of these states are internally very diverse, and there is thus a need for power sharing within these states. So federal power sharing in India needs another tier of government. So below that of the state governments. So this is the rationale for decentralization of power, thus resulted a third tier of government which called local government. Yes. So, when power is taken away from central, the state governments, and so power is taken away from central and state governments and given to local government, it is called decentralization. Yes. So, when power is taken away from central and state governments and given to local governments, it is called decentralization. So, the basic idea behind decentralization is that there are large number of problems and issues which are best settled at the local level. So, people have better knowledge of problems in their localities. They also have better ideas on where to spend money and how to manage things more efficiently. Yes. So, besides, at the local level, it is possible for the people to directly participate in decision making. So, this helps to inculcate a habit of democratic participation. Local government is the best way to realize one important principle of democracy, namely local self government. Yes, the need for decentralization was recognized in our constitution since then there have been several attempts to decentralize power to the level of villages and towns. So, panchayats in villages and municipalities in urban areas were set up in all the states. Yes, but these were directly under the control of state governments. Yes, elections to these local governments were not held regularly. So, local governments did not have any powers or resources of their own. Thus, there was very little decentralization in effective terms. Yes, a major step towards decentralization was taken in 1992. The constitution was amended to make the third tier of democracy more powerful and effective. Yes, now it is constitutionally mandatory to hold regular elections to local government bodies. Seats are reserved in the elected bodies and the executive heads of these institutions for the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes. Yes, at least one third of all positions are reserved for women. An independent institution called the State Election Commission has been created in such state to conduct panchayat and municipal elections. Yes, the state governments are required to share some powers and revenues or revenue with local government. Yes. So, the nature of sharing varies from state to state. Yes. Now, the state government are required to share some powers and revenue with local government bodies, and the nature of sharing varies from state to state. So rural local government is popularly known by the Panchayati Raj. Yes, each village or a group of villages in some states has a Gram Panchayat. This is a council consisting of several ward members, often called Panch, and a president or Sarpanch. Yes, they are directly elected by all the adult population living in that ward. Yes, yes, it is the decision making body for the entire village. The panchayat works under the overall supervision of the Gram Sabha. All the voters in the village are members of the Gram Sabha, and it has to meet at least twice or thrice in a year to approve the annual budget of the Gram Panchayat and to review the performance of the Gram Panchayat. Yes, the local government structure goes right up to the district level. A few Gram Panchayats are grouped together to form what is usually called a Panchayat Samiti or block or mandal. The members of this representative body are elected by all the Panchayat members in that area. All the Panchayat Samitis or mandals in a district together constitute the Jila Parishad, and most members of the Zila Parishad are elected members. Yes, then members of the Lok Sabha and MLAs of that district and some other officials of other district level bodies are also its members. Yes, Zila Parishad chairperson is the political head of the Zila Parishad. Yes, similarly, local government bodies exist for urban areas as well. Yes. So, municipalities are set up in towns. Big cities are constituted into municipal corporations. Both municipalities and municipal corporations are controlled by elected bodies consisting of people's representatives. Yes, municipal chairperson is the political head of the municipality. In a municipal corporation, such an officer is called the mayor. Yes. Now, an experiment in Brazil. So, a city called Porto Alegre in Brazil has carried out an extraordinary experiment in combining decentralization with participative democracy. So, the city has set up a parallel organization operating alongside the municipal council, which enabling local inhabitants to take real decisions for their city. The nearly 13 lakh people in this city get to participate in making the budget for their own city, and the city is divided into many sectors or what we call wards. So each sector has a meeting like that of the Gram Sabha, so in which anyone living in that area can participate. So there are some meetings to discuss issues that affect the entire city. Any citizen of the city can participate in those meetings. Yes, the budget of the city is discussed in these meetings. The proposals are put to the municipality that takes a final decision about it. Yes, about 20,000 people participate in this decision making exercise every year, and this method has ensured that the money cannot be spent only for the benefit of the colonies where rich people live. So buses now run to the poor colonies, and builders cannot evict slum dwellers without resettling them. Yes. So in that city, there are some meetings to discuss issues that affect the entire city. So any citizen of the city can participate in those meetings. So the budget of the city is discussed in these meetings, and the proposals are put to municipality that takes a final decision about it. About 20,000 people participate in this decision making exercise every year, and this method has ensured that the money cannot be spent only for the benefit of the colonies where rich people live. Buses now run to the poor colonies, and builders cannot evict slum dwellers without resettling them. So, in our country, a similar experiment has taken place in some areas in Kerala. Ordinary people have participated in making a plan for the development of their locality. Yes. Now, new system of local government is the largest experiment in democracy conducted anywhere in the world. So there are now about 36 lakh elected representatives in the panchayats and municipalities, etc., all over the country. Yes, this number is bigger than the population of many countries in the world. Yes, constitutional status for local government has helped to deepen democracy in our country. Yes, increased women representation and voice in our democracy. At the same time, there are many difficulties while elections are held regularly and enthusiastically. Gram Sabhas are not held regularly. So, most state governments have not transferred significant powers to the local governments, nor have they given adequate resources. Yes, adequate resources to yes, we are thus still a long way from realizing the ideal of self government. Yes. Now, these are the examples where we have covered the example of Porto Alegre in Brazil. Yes. Now, after that, we'll see democracy and diversity. Yes, before that, just have a recap what we have covered in this chapter. Yes, federalism. So we have covered what is federalism. Yes, what makes India a federal country? The features of our federal system. Then, how is federalism practiced? Yes. Then we have covered linguistic diversity of India. Then decentralization in India. Yes. So when a power or when power is taken away from central and state governments and given to local governments, it is called decentralization. Yes, and then after that we have covered an experiment in Brazil's city. Now we'll start with the democracy and diversity. Yes. So now we saw how power can be distributed to accommodate linguistic and regional diversities. But language and region are not the only feature that give a distinct identity to people. So sometimes people also identify themselves and relate with others on the basis of their physical appearance, class, religion, gender, caste, tribe, etc. So now we study how democracy responds to social differences, divisions and inequalities. So when begin with an example of public expression of social divisions, when then draw some general lessons about how social differences can take various forms. Yes. So we then turn to how democratic politics affects and is affected by these social diversities. Yes. Now we'll see a story from Mexico Olympics. Yes. The pictures on this page depict an important landmark in the history of civil rights movement in the United States. Yes, this represent the medal ceremony of the 200 meters race in the 1968 Olympics held at Mexico City. So the two men standing with cleaned first upraised and heads bowed while the American national anthem was played. Yes, are the US athletes Tommy Smith and John Carlos. They are African Americans. They had won the gold and bronze medals respectively. They received their medals wearing black socks and no shoes to represent black poverty. So with this gesture, they tried to draw international attention to racial discrimination in the United States. Yes, big black gloat and raised clenched fists were meant to symbolize black power. Yes, the silver medalist, white Australian athlete Peter Norman wore a human rights badge on his shirt during the ceremony to show his support to the two Americans. Yes. So, Carlos and Smith should have raised an internal matter of American society in an international forum. would we say that what they did was political? Why do you think Peter Norman, who was neither black nor American, joined the gesture to protest? If you were in Norman's place, what would you do? Yes. So, see the picture where the statue of Tommy Smith and John Carlos. Yes, civil rights movement in the USA refers to a set of events and reforms movements aimed at abolishing legal racial discrimination against African Americans led by Martin Luther King Jr. Yes, this movement practiced non-violent methods of civil disobedience against racially discriminatory laws and practices. African American, Afro American, yes, Afro American or black are the terms used refer mainly to the descendants of Africans who were brought into America as slaves between the 17th century and early 19th century. Then the Black Power movement emerged in 1966, the latest still 1975, which was a more militant anti-racist movement. So advocating even violence if necessary to end racism in the US. Yes. Now, the International Olympic Association held Carlos and Smith guilty of violating the Olympic spirit by making a political statement. Their medals were taken back. Yes, back home they were subjected to a lot of criticism. So Norman too suffered for his action and was not included in the Australian team for the next Olympic. So, but their action succeeded in gaining international attention to the civil rights movement in the United States. So recently, the San Jose, pronounced San Jose State University, of which they were former students, honored them and installed their statue in the university campus. Yes, when Norman died in 2006, Smith and Carlos were pallbearers at his funeral. Yes. Now we'll see differences, similarities, and divisions. Before that, there is one story. Like some Dalit groups decided to participate in the United Nations Conference Against Racism in Durban 2001. So demanding the inclusion of caste in the agenda of this conference. So here are three reactions to this move. A government official, Amandeep Kaur, said that our constitution declares caste discrimination to be illegal. If some caste discrimination continues, it is an internal matter. I am opposed to this being raised in an international forum. Yes. Then Oinam, a socialist, said that I am opposed to this because caste and race are not similar divisions. Caste is a social division while race is a biological one. Yes, raising caste in this conference or racism would mean equating the two. Yes. So, one of the Dalit activists, Ashok, said that the argument about internal matter is a way of prevailing open discussion or oppression and discrimination. So, race is not purely biological, it is much a legal and sociologically category as caste. Caste discrimination must be raised in this conference. Yes. Now we'll see the differences, similarities, and divisions. So, the athletes in the example above were res- responding to social divisions and social inequalities. So, but does that happen only in societies which have racial divisions? So, in the previous two chapters, we have already noted some other forms of social divisions. Yes, the example of Belgium and Sri Lanka shows both regional and social divisions. In the case of Belgium, we noted that people who live in different regions speak different languages. And in Sri Lanka, we noted linguistic as well as religious differences. The social activity can take different forms in different societies. Yes. Now, so after that, we'll see origins of social differences. Yes, origins of social differences. Yes. So friends, these social differences are mostly based on ancient of correction. These social differences are mostly based on accident of birth. Normally, we don't choose to belong to our community. Yes, we belong to it simply because we were born into it. We all experience social differences in based on accident of birth in our everyday life. Yes, everyday lives. So people around us are female or female, us are male or female. They are tall and short, have different kind of complexions, or have different physical abilities or disabilities. So but all kinds of social differences are not based on accident of birth. So some of the differences are based on our choices. Yes, for example, some people are atheists. They don't believe in God or any religion. So some people choose to follow a religion other than the one in which they were born. Yes, most of us choose what to study, which occupation to take up, and which games or cultural activities to take part in. So all these lead to formation of social groups that are based on our choices. Yes, every spatial difference does not lead to social division. Social differences divide similar people from one another. So, but they also unite very different people, people belonging to different social groups, share differences and similarities cutting across the boundaries. yes, boundaries of their groups. So, in the instance above, Carlos and Smith were similar in one way and thus different from Norman, who was white. Yes, but they were also all similar in other ways. So they were all athletes who stood against racial discrimination. Yes, it is fairly common for people belonging to the same religion to feel that they do not belong to the same community. So, because their caste or sect is very different, it is also possible for people from different religions to have the same caste and feel close to each other. Yes. So, rich and poor persons from the same family often do not keep close relations with each other for they feel they are very different. So, thus, we all have more than one identity and can belong to more than one social group. Yes, we have different identities in different contexts. Yes. So, this is origins of social differences. Now, we'll say overlapping and cross cutting differences. Yes, social division takes place when some social difference overlaps with other differences. The difference between the blacks and whites becomes a social division in the US because the blacks tend to be poor, homeless, and discriminated against. So, in our country, Dalits tend to be poor and landless. So, they often face discrimination and injustice. Yes, situations of this kind produce social divisions when one kind of social difference becomes more important than the other and people start feeling that they belong to different communities. Yes, if social differences cross cut one another, it is difficult to pit one group of people against the other. Yes, it means that groups that share a common interest on one issue are likely to be in different sides on a different issue. Yes, now consider the cases of Northern Ireland and the Netherlands. So, both are predominantly Christian but divided between Catholics and Protestants. So, in Northern Ireland, class and religion overlap with each other. If you are Catholic, you are also more likely to be poor and you may have suffered a history of discrimination. So, in the Netherlands, yes, in the Netherlands, classes and religions tend to cut across each other Catholics and Protestants are about equally likely to be poor and rich. Yes, the result is that Catholics and Protestants have had conflict in Northern Ireland, while they do not do so in the Netherlands. So, overlapping social differences create possibilities of deep social divisions and tensions. So, cross cutting social differences are easier to accommodate. Social division of one kind or another exists in most countries. Yes, it does not matter whether the country is small or big. India is a vast country with many communities. Belgium is a small country with many communities. Yes, even those countries such as Germany and Sweden that were once highly homogeneous, yes, are undergoing rapid change with influx of people from other parts of the world. So migrants bring with them their own culture and tend to form a different social community. Yes, in this sense, most countries of the world are multicultural. Yes, just have a look at apartheid. Apartheid. Yes. So one day, someone dug up a 20th century city and ends on this observation. Here, here is an interesting encryptions. This water tap is open to all castes and religions. What could it have meant? That this society was divided? Yes, that some were high while others were low. Well, all right, then this city deserved burying. Why did they in the matching age or call it the machine age? Seems like the Stone Age is the 20th century. Yes. So there is mother, dark center body. This was my mother, dragged in the woods for sticks from momming on. All we brothers sitting, waiting, watching for her. And if she didn't sell the wood, all of us speaking, all of us slept hungry. Yes. Now we'll see politics and politics of social divisions. Yes. Now, how do these social divisions? Yes. So, these social divisions affect politics. How do these social divisions affect politics? What does politics do not these social divisions? Yes. So at first sight, it would appear that the combination of politics and social divisions is very dangerous and explosive. Democracy involves competition among various political parties. Their competition tends to divide any society. If they start competing in terms of some existing social divisions, it make it can make social divisions into political divisions and lead to conflict, violence, or even disintegration of a country. This has happened in many countries. Yes. Now, range of outcomes. Yes. So take the case of Northern Ireland that we referred to above. This region of the United Kingdom has been for many years the site of a violent and bitter ethno-political conflict. Its population is divided into two major sects of Christianity. 53% 53% are Protestants, while 44% are Roman Catholics. Yes, the Catholics were represented by nationalist parties who demanded that Northern Ireland be unified with the Republic of Ireland, a predominantly Catholic country. So, the Protestants were represented by Unionists who wanted to remain with the UK, so which is predominantly Protestant. So, hundreds of civilians, militants, and security forces were killed in the fight between Unionists and Nationalists, and between the security forces of the United Kingdom and the Nationalists. Yes, it was only in 1998 that the UK government and the Nationalists. So nationalists reached a peace treaty after which the later suspended their armed struggle. Yes, in Yugoslavia, the story did not have a happy ending. Political competition along religious ending, ethnic, ethnic lines led to the disintegration of Yugoslavia into six independent countries. Yes. Now, before that, see the Bulgaria, Romania. Yes. Now, here is the normal story. Ganesh had come back from his trip and was talking to Mahashweta about the Roma people who live in many countries of Eastern Europe. Yes, he met Yodanka, who works as a nurse in Bulgaria. This is what she has to say about Roma people. Yes. So, being a nurse, you can't refuse to look after some people, but these Roma people are very dirty. Even when something small happens to anyone in their family, all the family and even the neighbors just march to our hospital. Yes, and once they are in the hospital, they don't know how to keep quiet. They talk loud, smoke and drop ashes all over and spit on the wall. So they have no patience and they just start pestering our doctors. And when they are just hanging out like that, anyway, they look so aggressive. So after all, these dark skinned people don't look like us. Yes, they have strange sense of color. Look at their dress. Why can't they try to look like everyone else in the country? And we all know they are thieves. I have heard people say that. People say that these Roma people live by selling their blood. None of them can afford the hospital fees. But when they are ill and just rush to hospital at the cost of good Bulgarians who pay their taxes. Yes, so that sounds familiar, said Mahashweta. Yes, Ganesh went on to talk about Modruzeni. So, a Romani who lives in Romania when she was 18 years to the doctor or nurse, though she was in the hospital. Yes. So, talking about how the Roma people are treated in public hospitals. Yes, yes. So, if I needed to be examined, of course, a smelt during the pregnancy, I ate from the garbage containers because I was so hungry all the time. My husband had left me. I had two children and I was pregnant with the third. So the social worker refused to or refused my request for food assistance. My neighbor helped me to deliver the baby. I often feel it is better not to visit these hospitals. Yes, Mahashweta heard him out and said, Ganesh, why do you have to travel halfway across the world to find this out? Yes, this is not a story about Romania and Bulgaria or about the Roma people. Yes, yes. So Mahashweta heard him out and said, Ganesh, why do you haven't traveled halfway across the world to find this out? So this is not a story of Romania and Bulgaria or about the Roma people. This is as much a story about our own country and about our people who are branded as criminals by our system. Yes. So we have heard people say things similar to what Yodanka or if you heard it from the other side. Yes. Yes. Now we'll see the so such examples led reach a peace treaty after which the later suspended their armed struggle. So in Yugoslavia, the story did not have a happy ending. Political competition along religious ending ethnic lines led to the disintegration of Yugoslavia. Yes, into six independent countries. Yes, such examples lead some people to conclude that politics and social divisions must not be allowed to mix. They think that it would be best if there are no social divisions in any country. Yes, if social divisions do exist in a country, they must never be expressed in politics. Yes, at the same time, every expression of social divisions in politics does not lead to such disasters. So we have already seen that social divisions of one kind or another exist in most countries of the world. So whenever they exist, these divisions are reflected in politics. In a democracy, it is only natural that political parties would talk about these divisions. Yes, make different promises to different communities, look after due representation of various communities. So social divisions affect voting in most countries. Yes, people from one community tend to prefer some party more than others. Yes, in many countries, there are parties that focus only on one community, and yet all this does not lead to disintegration of the country. Yes, then three determinants, three factors are crucial in deciding the outcome of politics of social divisions. First of all, the outcome depends on how people pursue their identities. Yes. So basically, three factors are crucial in deciding The outcome of politics of social division. First of all, the outcome depends on how people perceive their identities. If people see their identities in singular and exclusive terms, it becomes very difficult to accommodate. Yes, as long as people in Northern Ireland saw themselves as only Catholic or Protestants, so their differences were difficult to reconcile. So it is much easier if the people see that their identities much multiple and are complementary with the national identity. Yes, a majority of Belgians now feel that they are as much Belgian as they are Dutch. Yes, Dutch or German speaking. So this helps them to stay together. This is how most people in our country see their identity. They think of themselves as Indian as well as belonging to a state or language group or social and religious community. Yes. Now, second, it depends on how political leaders raise the demands of any community. Yes, it is easier to accommodate demands that are within the constitutional framework and are not at the cost of another community. Yes. Now, the demand for only Sinhala was at the cost of the interest and identity of Tamil community in Sri Lanka. So in Yugoslavia, the leaders of different ethnic communities presented their demands in such a way that this could not be accommodated within a single country. Yes. Now third, it depends on how the government reacts to demands of different groups. As we saw in the examples of Belgium and Sri Lanka, yes, if the rulers are willing to share power and accommodate the reasonable demands of minority community, yes, social divisions become less threatening for the country. But if they try to suppress such a demand in the name of national unity, so the end result is often quite the opposite. So such attempts at forced integration often sow the seeds of disintegration. Yes, thus the assertion of social diversities in a country need not be seen as a source of danger. So in a democracy, political expression of social divisions is very normal and can be healthy. Yes, this allows various disadvantaged and marginal social groups to express their grievances and get the government attend to this. So expression of various kinds of social divisions in politics often results in their cancelling one another out and thus reducing their intensity. Yes, this leads to strengthening of a democracy. Yes, but a positive attitude towards diversity and a willingness to accommodate it do not come about easily. So, people who feel marginalized, deprived, and discriminated have to fight against the injustice. So, such a fight often takes on democratic path, voicing their demands in a peacefully and constitutionally manner, and seeking a fair position through elections. Yes, sometimes social differences can take the form of unacceptable level of social inequality and injustice. The struggle against such inequalities sometimes takes the path of violence and defiance of state power. However, history shows that democracy in the best way to fight for recognition and also to accommodate diversity. Yes. So just see the picture where the passion and racism. Now, after that, we'll see gender, religion, and caste. Yes, now we'll see with the next chapter. That is gender, religion, and caste. Yes. So, friends, so we noted that the existence of social diversity does not threaten democracy. Political expression of social differences is possible and sometimes quite desirable in a democratic system. So, now we apply these ideas to the practice of democracy in India. We look at the three kinds of social differences that can take the form of social divisions and inequalities. So these are social differences based on gender, religion, and caste. So in each case, we'll look at the nature of this division in India and how it gets expressed in politics. Yes. So we also ask whether different expressions based on this differences are healthy or otherwise in a democracy. Yes. Now, now we'll see gender and politics. So friends, let us begin with gender division. So this is form of hierarchical social division seen everywhere but is rarely recognized in the study of politics. Yes. So let us begin with gender division. This is a form of hierarchical social division seen everywhere but is rarely recognized in the study of politics. The gender division tends to be understood as natural and unchangeable. So, however, it is not based on biology but on social expectations and stereotypes. Yes. So now, so in this poster from Bengal affirming women's strength, yes. Now, public-private division. Yes, boys and girls are brought up to believe that the main responsibility of woman is household. Yes. So, the main responsibility of woman is housework and bringing up children. Yes. This is reflected in a sexual division of labor in most families. So, women do all work inside the home, such as cooking, cleaning, washing clothes, tailoring, looking after children, etc. Yes, and men do all the work outside the home. Yes. So, So, public private division, yes, where boys and girls are brought up to believe that the main responsibility of women is housework and bringing up children. Yes. So, this is reflected in sexual division of labor in most families. So, women do all work inside the home, such as cooking, cleaning, washing, clothes, tailoring, looking after children, etc. And men do all the work outside the home. So, it is not the men cannot do house work. They simply think that it is for women to attend to these things. Yes. So when these jobs are paid for, men are ready to take up these works. So most tailors or cooks in hotels are men. Similarly, it is not that women do not work outside their home. In villages, women fetch water, collect fuel, and work in the fields. In urban areas, poor women work as domestic helper in middle class homes, while middle class women work in offices. In fact, the majority of women do some sort of paid work in addition to domestic labor, but their work is not valued and does not get recognition. Yes. So, the result of this division of labor is all the women constitute half of the humanity. Their role in public life, especially politics, is minimal in most society. So earlier, only men were allowed to participate in public affairs, vote and contest for public offenses. Correction. Only men were allowed to participate in public affairs, vote, and contest for public offices. Yes, not offenses, it's a public offices. So gradually, the gender issue was raised in politics. Women in different parts of the world organized and agitated for equal rights. So there were agitations in different countries for extension of voting rights to women. So these agitations demanded enhancing the political and legal status of women and improving their educational and career opportunities. Yes, more radical women's movements aimed at equality in personal and family life as well. So these movements are called feminist movements. Yes, political expression of gender division and political mobilization of this question, yes, help to improve women's role in public life. We now find women working as scientists, doctors, engineers, lawyers, managers, and college and university teachers, which were earlier not considered suitable for women. Yes, in some parts of the world, for example, in Scandinavian countries such as Sweden, Norway and Finland, the participation of women in public life is very high. Yes, in our country, women still lag much behind men despite some improvement since independence. Ours is still a male dominated patriarchal society. So, women face disadvantage, discrimination, and oppression in various ways. So, the literacy rate among women is only 54% compared with 76% among men. So, similarly, a smaller proportion of girl students go for higher studies. When we look at school results, girls performs as well as boys, if not better in some places, but they drop out because parents prefer to spend their resources for their boys education rather than spending equally on their sons and daughters. Yes, no wonder the proportion of women among the highly paid and valued jobs is still very small. So, on an average, an Indian woman works 1 hour more than an average man every day. Yes, no wonder the proportion of women among the highly paid and valued jobs is still very small. So, on an average, an Indian woman works 1 hour more than an average man every day. So, yet, much of her work is not paid and therefore often not valued. Yes. Now, you see the perceptions of ideal woman. So, here we have to understand, yes, after the pictorial information, we'll understand the term feminists. So, a woman or a man who believes in equal rights and opportunities for women and men. Yes, the feminist. Now, so Time Youth Survey was conducted in 6 states of our country. Yes, it shows an average woman works every day for a little over 7.5 hours, while an average man works for 6.5 hours. Yes, yes. So the survey was conducted in 1998 to 1999. Now, so the Equal Remuneration Act 1976 provides that equal wages should be paid to equal work. However, in almost all areas of work, from sports and cinema to factories and fields, women are paid less than men, even when both do exactly the same work. Yes, in many parts of India, parents prefer to have sons and find ways to have the girl child aborted, aborted before she is born. So, such sex selective abortion led to a decline in child sex ratio. Yes, number of girl children per thousand boys. Yes, in the country to merely 919. Yes. So, now we'll see the map. Yes. Now we'll see the show's ratio has fallen below 850 or 800 in some states. Yes. So as the map shows, this ratio has fallen below 850 or even 800 in some states. So there are reports of various kinds of harassment, exploitation, and violence against women. Urban areas have become particularly unsafe for women. They are not safe even within their own home from beating, harassment, and other forms of domestic violence. Yes, women's political representation. So, all this is well known, yet, issues related to women's well being or otherwise are not given adequate attention. This has led many feminists and women's movements to the conclusion that unless women control power, their problems will not get adequate attention. So, one way to ensure this is to have more women as elected representatives. Yes. So, in India, the proportion of women in legislature has been very low. So, for example, the percentage of elected women members in Lok Sabha has touched 14.36% of its total strength of the first time in 2019. So, their share in the state assemblies is less than 5%. So, in this respect, India is among the bottom group of nations in the world. Yes, India is behind the averages for several developing countries of Africa and Latin America. Yes, in the government, cabinets are largely all male, even when a woman becomes the chief minister or the prime minister. Yes, one way to solve this problem is to make it legally binding to have a fair proportion of women in the elected bodies. Yes, this is what the Panchayati Raj has done in India. Yes, one third of seats in local government bodies in panchayats and municipalities. Yes, so are now reserved for women. Now there are more than 10 lakh elected women representatives in rural and urban local bodies. Yes, women's organizations and activists have been demanding a similar reservation of at least one third of seats in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies for women. Yes, a bill with this proposal has been pending before the parliament more than a decade. So, but there is no consensus over this among all the political parties. So, the bill has not been passed. Yes. So, gender division is an example that some form of social division needs to be expressed in politics. Yes. This is also shows that disadvantaged groups do benefit when social divisions become a political issue. Do you think that women could have made the gains we noted above if their unequal treatment was not raised in the political domain? Yes, if casteism and communalism are bad, what makes feminism a good thing? Why don't we oppose all those who divide the society on any lines, caste, religion, or gender? Yes. Now we'll see religion, communalism, and politics. Yes. So, religion, communalism, and politics. So, let us now turn to a very different kind of social division. Yes, the division based on religious differences. Yes, this division is not as universal as gender, but religious diversity is fairly widespread in the world today. So many countries, including India, have in their population followers of different religions. So as we notice in the case of Northern Ireland, even when most of the people belong to the same religion, there can be serious differences about the way people practice that religion. So, unlike gender difference, the religious differences are often expressed in the field of politics. Yes, Now see, Gandhiji's used to say that the religion can never be separated from politics. So what he meant by religion was not any particular religion like Hinduism or Islam, but moral values that inform all religions. Yes. So he believed that politics must be guided by ethics drawn from religion. Human rights groups in our country have argued that most of the victims of communal rights in our country are people from religious minorities. Yes, they have demanded that the government takes special steps to protect religious minorities. Now, women's movement has argued that family laws of all religions discriminate against women. Yes, women's movement has argued that family laws of all religions discriminate against women. So they have demanded that government should change these laws to make them more equitable. So all these instances involve a relationship between religion and politics. Now, but they do not seem very wrong or dangerous. So ideas and values drawn from different religions can and perhaps should play a role in politics. People should be able to express in politics their needs, interests, and demands as a member of a religious community. Those who hold political power should sometimes be able to regulate the practice of religion so as to prevent discrimination and oppression. So these political acts are not wrong as long as they treat every religion equally. Yes. So, the religion, communalism, and politics. Now we'll see after the religion, communalism. Yes. So, communalism, the problem begins with when religion is seen as the basis of the nation. The example of Northern Ireland, which shows the dangers of such an approach to nationalism. Yes. Now, the problem begins when religion is seen as the basis of the nation. Yes. So, the example of Northern Ireland shows the dangers of such an approach to nationalism. So, the problem becomes more acute when religion is expressed in politics in exclusive and partisan terms. Yes. Now, so the problem becomes more acute when religion is expressed in politics in exclusive and partisan terms. Yes. Now, when one religion and its followers are pitted against another, this happens when beliefs of one religion are presented as superior to those of other religions. So, when the demands of one religious group are formed in opposition to another, and when state power is used to establish domination of one religious group over the rest. So, this manner of using religion in politics is communal politics. Yes, so communal politics is based on the idea that religion is the principal basis of social community. Communalism involves thinking along the following lines. Yes, the followers of a particular religion must belong to one community. Their fundamental interests are the same. Any difference that they may have is irrelevant or trivial for community life. It also follows that people who follow different religions cannot belong to the same social community. Yes, if the followers of different religion have some commonalities, these are superficial and immaterial. Yes, their interests are bound to be different and involve a conflict. So, in its extreme form, communalism leads to the belief that people belonging to the different religions cannot live as equal citizens within one nation. So, either one of them has to dominate the rest or they have to form different nations. Yes. Now, the belief is fundamentally flawed. People of one religion, yes, then the belief is fundamentally flawed. People of one religion do not have the same interests and aspirations in every context. Everyone has several other roles, positions, and identities. There are many voices inside every community. All these voices have a right to be heard. Therefore, any attempt to bring all followers of one religion together is contexts other than religion is bound to suppress many voices within that community. Yes, communalism can take various forms in politics. Yes, the most common expression of communalism is in everyday beliefs. These routinely involve religious prejudices, stereotypes of religious communities, and belief the superiority of one's religion over other religions. Yes, this is so common that we often fail to notice it even when we believe in it. Yes. So communal mind often leads to a quest for political dominance of one's own religious community. For those belonging to majority community, this takes the form of majoritarian dominance. For those belonging to the minority community, it can take form of a desire to form a separate political unit. So political mobilization on religious lines is another frequent form of communalism. Yes, this involves the use of sacred symbols, religious leaders, emotional appeal, and plain fear in order to bring the followers of one religion together in the political arena. Yes. Now, so sometimes, so this involves the use of sacred symbols, religious leaders, emotional appeal, and pain fear in order to bring the followers of one religion together in the political arena. In electoral politics, this often involves spatial appeal to the interest of or emotions of voters of one religion in preferences to others. Yes, sometimes communalism takes its most ugly form of communal violence, riots, and massacre. So India and Pakistan suffered some of the worst communal riots at the time of the partition. Yes. So the post-independence period has also seen large-scale communal violence. Now, after all these features, we'll see the secular state. Yes. So, communalism was and continues to be one of the major challenges to democracy. Yes. So, the makers of our constitution were aware of this challenge. That is make. Yes. So, that is why they choose the model of a secular state. Yes. So this choice was reflected in the several constitutional provisions that we studied. Yes. So there is no official religion for the Indian state. Yes. Unlike the status of Buddhism in Sri Lanka, the that of Islam in Pakistan, and the Christianity in England, other constitution does not give a special status to any religion. Yes. Now, so the secular state, the constitution provides to all individuals and communities freedom to profess, practice, and propagate any religion, not to follow any. Yes, the constitution prohibits. Yes, the constitution prohibits discrimination on grounds of religion. Yes. So at the same time, the constitution allows the state to intervene in the matters of religion in order to ensure equality within religious communities. For example, it bans untouchability. Yes, understood. In this sense, secularism is not just an ideology of some parties, of persons. So, this idea constitutes one of the foundation of our country. Communalism should not be seen as a threat to some people in India. It threatens the very idea of India. That is why communalism need to be combated. Yes. So a secular constitution like ours is necessary but not sufficient to combat communalism. Communal prejudices and propaganda needed to counter it in everyday life. And religion based mobilization needs to be countered in the arena of politics. Now we'll see caste and politics. Yes. So we have seen two instances of the expression of social divisions in the arena of politics. Yes. So one largely positive and the other largely negative. Let us turn to our final case, that of caste and politics. Yes, that has both positive and the negative aspects. So, caste inequalities. Yes. So, unlike gender and religion, yes, unlike the gender and religion, caste division is special to India. All societies have some kind of social inequality and some form of division of labor. In most societies, occupations are passed on from one generation to another. So caste system is an extreme form of this. Yes. What makes it different from other societies is that this system, hereditary occupational division, was sanctioned by rituals. Members of the same caste group were supposed to form a special community that practiced the same or similar occupation, married within the caste group, and did not eat with members from other caste groups. Yes, so caste system was based on exclusion of and discrimination against the outcast groups. They were subjected to inhuman practice of untouchability, about which you have studied in class, earlier class. Yes, so that is why political leaders and social reforms like Jyotiba Phule, Gandhiji, B.R. Ambedkar and Periyar Ramaswamy Nagar advocated and worked to establish a society in which caste inequalities are absent. Yes, so partly due to their efforts and partly due to other socio-economic changes, caste and caste system in modern India have undergone great changes. Yes, with economic development, large scale urbanization, growth of literacy and education, occupational mobility, and the weakening of the position of landlords in the villages. So the old notions of caste hierarchy are breaking down. Yes. So the Constitution of India prohibited any caste based discrimination and laid the foundation of policies to reverse the injustice of the caste system. Yes, if a person who lived a century ago were to return to India, she would be greatly surprised at the change that has come about in the country. Yes, so yet caste has not disappeared from contemporary India. Yes, so some of the older aspects of caste have persisted. Even now, most people marry within their own caste or tribe. Yes, untouchability has not ended completely despite constitutional prohibition. Effects of centuries of advantages and disadvantages continue to be felt today. Yes, the caste groups that had access to education under the old system have done very well in acquiring modern education as well. Those groups that did not have access to education or were prohibited from acquiring it have naturally locked behind. Yes, naturally lagged behind. So that is why there is disproportionality or disproportionately large presence of upper caste among the urban middle classes in our country. Yes, caste continues to be closely linked to economic status. Yes, now see the cartoons which describe these things. Now, caste in politics. So, as in the case of communalism, casteism is rooted in the belief that caste is the sole basis of social community. According to this way of thinking, people belonging to the state, the same caste, belong to natural social community. Yes. So, as in the case of communalism, casteism is rooted in the belief that caste is the sole basis of social community. Yes, according to this way of thinking, people belonging to the same caste belong to a natural social community and have the same interests which they do not share with anyone from another caste. Yes, as we saw in the case of communalism, yes, such a belief is not born by our experience. So, caste is one aspect of our experience, but it is not only relevant or the most important aspect. So, caste can take various forms in politics. Yes, when parties choose candidates in elections, they keep in mind the caste composition of the electorate and nominate candidates from different castes so that to muster necessary support to win elections. When governments are formed, political parties usually take part or take care that representative of different castes and tribes find a place in it. Yes. So, caste in politics. This is also a major issue. So, caste in politics, when parties choose candidates in elections, they keep in mind the caste composition of the electorate and nominate candidates from different castes as to muster necessary support to win elections. When governments are formed, political parties usually take care the representation of different castes and tribes. Yes. Now we'll see caste inequality today. Yes. Now we'll see the caste inequality today, which so basically caste is an important source of economic inequality because it regulates access to resources of various kinds. For example, in the past, the so called untouchable castes were denied Yes, the right to own land, while only the so-called twice born caste had the right to education. And although this kind of explicit and formalized inequality based on caste is now outlawed. So, the effects of centuries of accumulated advantages and disadvantages continue to be felt. Moreover, new kinds of inequality have been developed. So, the relationship between caste and economic status has certainly changed a lot. So, the average economic status of caste groups still follows the old hierarchy, and the upper castes are best off, the Dalits and Adivasis are worst off, and the backward classes are in between. Yes, although every caste has some poor members, the proportion living in extreme poverty below the official poverty line is much higher to the lowest caste and much lower for the upper caste, with the backward classes once again in between. So, although every caste has some members who are rich, the upper castes are heavily overrepresented among the rich, while the lower castes are severely underrepresented. Yes. So we'll see the chart where percentage of population living below the poverty line, that is in 1999 to 2000. So the scheduled tribes in rural areas 45.8%, then in urban areas scheduled tribes percent like 35.6%, scheduled caste scheduled tribes in rural areas 45.8%, while in urban areas the scheduled tribes which is 35.6 lakhs. Yes. So these caste and community groups like scheduled tribes, scheduled caste, other backward classes, Muslim upper caste, Hindu upper castes, Christian upper caste, Sikh upper caste, and other upper castes. Yes. So, social and religious diversity of India. Yes, the census of India records the religion of each and every Indian after every 10 years. Yes. Now, the social and religious diversity of India. So, the census of India records the religion of each and every Indian after every 10 years. So, the person who fills the census form visits every household and records the religion of each member of the household exactly the way each person describes it. Yes. So yes, this is the social and religious diversity of India. Now, after that, we have studied about caste in politics, then caste inequality today. Then we have covered social religious diversity of India. Now we have studied about caste inequality. Yes. Now, social and religious diversity of India. Now, caste inequality today we have covered. So, political parties and candidates in elections make appeals to caste sentiment to muster support. Yes, some people, some political parties are known to favor some castes and are seen as their representatives. Yes. Now, so universal adult franchise and the principle of one person, one vote compelled political leaders to gear up the task of mobilizing and securing political support. It also brought new consciousness among the people of caste and that were hitherto treated as inferior and low. Yes. Now, the focus on caste in politics can sometimes give an impression that elections are all about caste and nothing else. So, this is far from true. Just consider this: no parliamentary constituency in the country has a clear majority of one single caste. So every candidate and party needs to win the confidence of more than one caste and community to win this to win elections. So no party wins the votes of all the voters of a caste or community. When people say that a caste is a vote bank of one party, it usually means that a large proportion of the voters from that caste vote for the party. Yes. Now we'll see the many political parties. We have studied that. So the ruling party and the sitting MP or MLA frequently lose elections in our country that could not have happened in all castes and communities were frozen in their political preferences. Yes. So, so clearly, while caste matters in electoral politics, so do many factors. The voters have strong attachment to political parties, which is often stronger than their attachment to their caste and community. So people within the same caste or community have different interests depending on their economic condition, rich and poor, or men and women from the same caste often would vary differently. So people's assessment of the performance of the government and the popularity rating of the leaders matter and are often decisive in elections. Yes. Now, politics in caste. We have so far looked at which caste does to politics, but it does not mean that there is only one way relationship between the caste and politics. Politics to influences the caste system and caste identifies by bringing them into the political arena. Yes. Yes. So the politics of the vote bank we can say. So politics in caste. Now, caste in politics. So yes. Now, so thus it is not politics that gets caste ridden. It is the caste that gets politicized. So this takes several forms. Yes. Each caste group tries to become bigger by incorporating within it neighboring caste or sub caste which were earlier excluded from it. So various caste groups are required to enter into a coalition with other castes or communities and thus enter into a dialogue and negotiation. Yes. So new kinds of caste groups have come up with the political arena like backward and forward caste groups. Yes, the caste plays in different kinds of roles in politics. Yes. So in some situations, expression of caste difference in politics. Yes. Difference in politics give many disadvantaged communities the space to demand their share of power. So in this sense, caste politics has helped people from Dalits and OBCs caste to gain better access to decision making. Several political and non-political organizations have been demanding and agitating for an end to discrimination against particular castes for money, dignity, and more access to land, resources, and opportunities. Yes, at the same time, exclusive attention to caste can produce negative results as well. So, as in this case of religion, politics based on caste identify alone is not very healthy in a democracy. So it can divert attention from other pressing issues like poverty, development, and corporate development and corruption. Yes. So in some cases, caste division leads to tensions, conflict, and even violence. Yes. Now, in this section, yes, now, before this important chapter, gender, religion, and caste. So, now where we have covered caste inequality, now we'll see popular struggles and movements. Yes, next topic is the chapter is popular struggles and movements. Yes. So we discussed why power sharing is important in a democracy and how different tiers of government and various social groups share power. Yes. Now we will carry this discussion further and see how those who exercise power are constrained by the influence and pressure exerted on them. Yes. So, democracy almost invariably involves conflict of interests and viewpoints. So, these differences are often expressed in organized ways. Yes, those who are in power are required to balance these conflicting demands and pressures. Yes, we begin with, or we begin this with a discussion of how struggles around conflicting demands and pressures shape democracy. So, this leads to an analysis of the different ways and organizations through which ordinary citizen can play a role in democracy. Yes. So now we'll look at the indirect ways of influencing politics through pressure groups and movements. So this leads us in the next chapter. Yes, so the direct ways of controlling political powers in the form of political parties. Yes, now we'll see popular struggles and movements. Yes, popular struggles in Nepal and Bolivia. Yes. Now, movement for democracy in Nepal. Yes. Nepal witnessed an extraordinary popular movement in April 2006. The movement was aimed at restoring democracy. Nepal, you might recall, was one of the third wave countries that had won democracy in 1990. Although the king formally remained the head of the state, the real power was exercised by popularly elected representatives. Yes, King Birendra, who has accepted this transition from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy, yes, was killed in a mysterious massacre of the royal family in 2001. King Ganendra, the new king of Nepal, was not prepared to accept democratic rule. He took advantage of the weaknesses and unpopularity of the democratically elected government. In February 2005, the king dismissed the then prime minister and dissolved the popularly elected parliament. So the movement of April 2006 was aimed at the regaining popular control over the government from the king. Yes. See in the picture where political parties and people of Nepal in a rally demanding restoration of democracy in their country. So all these major political parties in the parliament formed a seven-party alliance SPA and called for 4 day strike in Kathmandu, the country's capital. Yes, the poorest soon, yes, the protest soon turned into an indefinite strike in which Maoist insurgents and various other organizations joined hands. People defied curfew and took to the streets. The security forces found themselves unable to take one more than yes to take on more than a lakh people who gathered almost every day to demand restoration of democracy. So the number of protesters reached between 3 and 5 lakh on 21st April, and they served an ultimatum to the king. Yes, so the leaders of the movement rejected the half-hearted concessions made by the king. Now, they stuck to their demands for restoration of parliament, part 1, all-party government and new constituent assembly. Yes, on April 24, 2006, the last day of the ultimatum, the king was forced to concede all the three demands. Yes, The SPA chose Girija Prasad Koirala as the new Prime Minister of the interim government. So the restored parliament met and passed laws taking away most of the powers of the king. So the SPA and the Maoists came to an understanding about how the new constituent assembly was going to be elected. Yes, in 2008, the monarchy was abolished and Nepal became a federal democratic republic. So in 2015, it adopted a new constitution. The struggle of the Nepali people is a source of inspiration to Democrats all over the world. Yes, yes. Now, we'll see Bolivia's water war. After this, the story of Poland and that of Nepal applied to struggle for establishing or restoring democracy. But the role of popular struggles does not come to an end with the establishment of democracy. So people's successful struggle against privatization of water in Bolivia reminds us the popular struggle are integral to the working of democracy. Yes. Now, Bolivia is a poor country in Latin America. So the World Bank pressurized the government to give up its control of municipal water supply. The government sold these rights for the city of Chochambaba, Chochamba to multinational company MNC, and the company immediately increased the price of water by 4 times. Many people received monthly water bill of rupees 1000 in a country where average income is around rupees 5000 a month. This led to a spontaneous popular protest. Yes. In January 2000, a new alliance of labor, human rights, and community leaders organized a successful 4-day general strike in the city, and the government agreed to negotiate, and the strike was called off, yet nothing happened. So the police restored to brutal repression when the agitation was started again in February. So another strike followed in April, and the government imposed martial law. But the power of the people forced the officials of the MNC to flee the city and made the government concede to all the demands of the protesters. Yes, the contracts with the MNC was cancelled and water supply was restored to the municipality at old rates. This came to and known as Bolivia's water war. Yes. So democracy and popular struggles. These two stories are from very different contexts. The movement in Nepal was to establish democracy, while the struggle in Bolivia involved claims on an elected democratic government. So the popular struggle in Bolivia was about one specific policy, while the struggle in Nepal was about the foundation of the country's politics. Yes, both these struggles were successful, but their impact was at different levels. Yes, despite these differences, both the stories share some elements which are relevant to the study of the past and future of democrat democracies. So both these are instances of political conflict that led to popular struggles. In both cases, the struggle involved mass mobilization. So public demonstration of mass support clinched the dispute. Finally, both instances involve critical role of political organizations. Yes, so democracy has evolved all over the world. So we can therefore draw a few conclusions from these examples. Like democracy evolves through popular struggles. Yes, it is possible that some significant decisions may take place through consensus and may not involve any conflict at all. Yes, but that would be an exception. So, defining movements of democracy usually involve conflict between those groups who have exercised powers and those who aspire for a share in power. Yes, these movements come when the country is going through transition to democracy, expansion of democracy, or depending of democracy. So democratic conflict is revolved through mass mobilization. Yes, which sometimes it is possible that the conflict is resolved by using the existing institution like the parliament or the judiciary. But when there is a deep dispute, very often these institutions themselves get involved in the dispute. The resolution has to come from outside, yes, from the people. These conflicts and mobilizations are based on new political organizations. Yes, true, there is an element of spontaneity in all such historic movements, but the spontaneous public participation becomes effective with the help of organized politics. So there can be many agencies of organized politics. These include political parties, pressure groups, and movement groups. Yes. Now, mobilization and organizations. Yes. Now, let us go back to our two examples and look at the organizations that made these struggles successful. We noted that the call for indefinite strike was given by the SPA or the Seven Party Alliance in Nepal. This alliance included some big parties that had some members in the parliament, but the SPA was not the only organization behind this mass upsurge. The protest was joined by the Nepalese Communist Party Maoists, which did not believe in parliamentary democracy. So this party was involved in an armed struggle against the Nepali government and had established its control over large parts of Nepal. So the struggle involved many organizations other than political parties. All major labor unions and their federations joined this movement. So many other organizations like the Organization of the Indigenous People, teachers, lawyers and human rights groups extended support to the movement. Yes. Now, the protest against water privatization in Bolivia was not led by any political party. It was led by an organization called FEDICOR. Yes, this organization comprises local professionals, including engineers and environmentalists. They were supported by a federation of farmers who relied on irrigation, the confederation of factory workers, that is unions, middle class students from the University of Chochamba, and the city's growing population of homeless street children. So the movement was supported by the Socialist Party, and in 2006 the party came to power in Bolivia. Now, so there are, from both the examples we can see that democracy several different kinds of organizations work behind any big struggle. These organizations play their role in two ways. One obvious way of influencing the decisions in a democracy is direct participation in competitive politics. So, this is done by creating parties. Yes. So, contesting elections and forming governments, but every citizen does not participate so directly. So, they may not have the desire, the need, or the skills to take part in direct political activity other than voting. Yes, so there are many indirect ways in which people can get government to listen to their demands or their points of view. So they could do so by forming an organization and undertaking activities to promote their interest of their viewpoints. So these are called interest groups or pressure groups. Sometimes people decide to act together without forming organizations. Yes. Now we'll see pressure groups and movements. See the paper cuttings where pro-American tilt in foreign policy AITUC, journalists protest against assault on photographer, demand on ensure timely refund of VAT due to Delhi traders. RWS hope that their side of the story will be heard too. SEZ only way forward for job growth, says CII. and Bhopal gas victims getting substandard drugs. Yes, NGOs. Now, pressure groups and movements. So, pressure groups are organizations that attempt to influence government policies, but unlike political parties, pressure groups do not aim to directly control or share political power. Yes, these organizations are formed when people with common occupation. Yes, in the course of the discussion above, we came across entities that are not quite an organization. So, the struggle in Nepal was called a movement for democracy. So, we often hear the word people's movement to describe many forms of collective action. Yes, Narmada Bachao Andolan movement for right to information, anti-liquor movement, women's movement, environmental movement, like an interests group. Yes, a movement also attempt to influence policies rather than directly take part in electoral competition. Yes, but unlike the interest groups, movements have a loose organization. Yes, their decision making more informal and flexible. They deeped much more on spontaneous mass participation than an interest group. Yes, sectional interest groups and public interest groups. Now, after that, we'll see sectional interest groups and public interest groups. Yes. So usually interest group seeks to promote the interest of a particular section or group of society. Trade unions, business association, and professional bodies are some example of this type. So in professional bodies like lawyers, doctors, teachers, so they are sectional because they represent a section of society, workers, employees, business persons, industrialists, followers of a religion, caste group, etc. So their principal concern is the betterment and well-being of their members, not society in general. Sometimes these organizations are not about representing the interest of one section of society. They represent some common or general interest that needs to be defended. The members of the organization may not benefit from the cause that the organization represents. Yes. So the Bolivian organization Fedicor is an example of that kind of organization. Yes, in context of Nepal, we noted the participation of human rights organization. Yes, which read about this organization in last year NCERT. Yes, that is last standard. Now, these second type of groups are called promotional groups or public interest group. Yes, PIG. So They promote collective rather than selective good. They aim to help groups other than their own members. More, for example, a group fighting against bonded labor fights not for itself but for those who are suffering under such bondage. So, in some instances, the members of a public interest group may undertake activity that benefits them as well as others too. So for example, BAMSEF, Backward and Minority Communities Employee Federation, is an organization largely made up of government employees that campaigns against caste discrimination. Yes, it addresses the problems of its members who suffer discrimination, but its principal concern is with social justice and social equality for the entire society. So, the movement groups, as in the case of interest groups, the groups involved with movements also include a very wide variety. The various examples mentioned above already indicate. Yes, a simple distinction. Most of the movements are issue specific movements that seek to achieve a single objective within a limited time frame. So, others are more general or generic movements that seek to achieve a broad goal in the very long term. Yes, that is movement groups. Yes, now the Nepalese movement for democracy arose. Yes, democracy arose with the specific objective for reversing the king's orders, and that led to suspension of democracy. So in India, Narmada Bachao Andolan in India, Narmada Bachao Andolan is a good example of this kind of movement, and the movement started with the specific issue of people displaced by the creation of Sardar Sarovar Dam on the Narmada River. So its objective was to stop the dam from being constructed. So gradually it becomes a wider movement that questioned all such big dams and the model of development that required such dams. So movements of this kind tend to have a clear leadership and some organization. So, but their active life is usually short. Yes, now after that, we'll see the single issue movement can be contrasted with movements that are long term and involve more than one issue. So, the environmental movement and the women's movement are examples of such movements. So, there are no single organization that controls or guide such movements. So, environmental movement is a label for a large number of organizations and issue Pacific movement. Yes, all of the have all of these have specific organizations, independent leadership, and often different views on policy. Yes. So social movements and pressure groups try to mobilize citizens in many ways. The collage here shows some of them. Now, yet all of these share broad objectives and have similar approach. That is why they are called a movement. So sometimes these broad movement have a loose umbrella organizations as well. For example, the National Alliance for People's Movement NAPM is an of organizations, various movement groups struggling on specific issues are constituents of this loose organization which coordinates the activities of a large number of people's movement in the country. So how do they influence politics? So pressure groups and movements exert influence on politics a very in a variety of ways. Yes, they try to gain public support and sympathy for their goals and their activities by carrying out information campaigns, organizing meetings. Yes, now the often organized protest activity like strikes or disrupting government. Yes, now workers organization workers organizations, employees associations, and most of the movement groups often resort to these tactics in order to force the government to take note of their demands. Yes, business groups often employ professional lobbyists to sponsor expensive advertisements. Some persons from pressure groups or movement groups may participate in official bodies and committees that offer advice to the government. Yes, while interest group and movements do not directly engage in party politics, they seek to exert influence on political parties. Most of the movement groups take a political stance without being a party. They have political ideology and political position on major issues. So the relationship between political parties and pressure groups can take different forms, some direct and other very indirect. So in some instances, the pressure groups are either formed or led by the leaders of political parties or act as extended arms of political parties. For example, most trade unions and students organizations in India are either established by or affiliated to one or the other major political party. Most of the leaders of such pressure groups are usually activists and leaders of party. Sometimes political parties grow out of movements. For example, when the Assam movement led by students against the foreigners came to an end, it led to the formation of the Assam Gana Parishad. So, the roots of parties like DMK and the AIDMK in Tamil Nadu can be traced to a long drawn social reform movement during 1930s and 1940s. Yes, in most cases, the relationship between parties and interest or movement groups is not so direct. Yes, they often take positions that are opposed to each other, yet they are in dialogue and negotiation. So, movement groups have raised new issues that have been taken up by political parties. Most of the new leadership of political parties comes from the interest or movement groups. Yes, is their influence healthy? Now we'll see when these stakeholders are creating group, creating the pressure. So is their influence healthy in nature? So it may initially appear that it is not healthy for groups that promote interest of one section of to have influence in democracy. A democracy must look after the interest of all, not just one section. Also, it may seem that these groups, while power without responsibility, political parties have to face the people in elections, but these groups are not accountable to the people. Yes, so pressure groups and movements may not get their funds and support. Yes, so the Green Belt movement has planted 30 million trees across Kenya. Its leader, Wangari Maathai, is very disappointed with the response of government officials and politicians. Yes, so in 1970s, in 1970s and 1980s, as I was encouraging farmers to plant trees on their land, and also discovered that corrupt government agents were responsible for much of the deforestation by legally selling of land and trees to well-connected developers. In the early 90s, the livelihood and the rights and even the lives of many Kenyans in the Rift Valley were lost when elements of President Daniel Ad Mice. Yes. So those in pro-democracy movement were displaced. This was one of the government's ways of retaining power. It Yes, if communities were kept busy fighting over land, they would have less opportunity to demand democracy. Now, for the people, sometimes pressure groups with small public support but lots of money can hijack public discussion in favor of their network or favor for their narrow agenda. So, on balance, however, pressure groups and movements have deepened democracy. So, putting pressure on the rulers is not an unhealthy activity in a democracy as long as everyone gets this opportunity. Yes, government can often come under undue pressure from small groups of rich and powerful people. So, public interest groups and movements perform a useful role of countering this undue influence and reminding. Yes, so if one group brings pressure on government to make policies in its favor, another will bring counter pressure not to make policies in the way the first group desires. So the government gets to bear about what different sections of the population want. So this leads to a rough balance of power and accommodation of conflicting interests. Yes, so that's it about popular struggles and movements. Yes, so friends, in today's marathon session, we have covered power sharing, federalism, democracy and diversity, gender, religion, and caste. And then we have covered popular struggles and movements. In the next marathon session, with this NCERT, we will cover political parties, outcomes of democracy, and challenges to democracy. So, friends, that's it for today's marathon session. Now, you can watch our special classes on Unacademy app as well. So, friends, do not forget to attend Unacademy combat. Yes, this combat we are conducting on every Sunday in the morning 11 o'clock, and there is Hindi medium is also available for Unacademy combat. Those aspirants are planning to appear for prelims in upcoming June. They can start to practice mock tests, and Unacademy is providing free test series. Yes, just you have to unlock this test using code RBI Live. And friends, do not forget to join our Telegram group using this link. And for the paid subscription to get 10% discount, you can use referral code RBI Live. Yes, so friends, please like, share, and subscribe videos of Unacademy. So keep studying, keep learning. See you in the next lecture of the marathon. And also, as already I have informed about our special classes on Unacademy app. So keep revising, keep studying. All the best. Take care.